Hello, 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 hello. Back again. Hoping the stream's going to be okay today. There's a bit of construction noise happening next door, but it seems to have quieted down a bit. It's a lovely Friday, lovely but a bit rainy and stormy Friday here in Indonesia, in Bali. And yeah, looking forward to just a very chill Friday stream before the weekend. I've got few minor things I want to work on just to get going here. But yesterday we got the sore in my mouth. We got the light tool kind of working. There's a few more bits and bobs to put together. Let me just flip over to Unity and make sure everything's still working here. But uh, yeah, so yesterday we got this lovely new brush tool in. So now you can sort of paint where you want various billboards, which is fun and exciting. Because it was sort of a bigger design problem that I've been working on for a while now, and I sort of went back and forth on a few different ways of doing that, and I'm pretty happy with how this feels now. It seems like it's going to be a nice balance between automation and being able to build stuff quickly and procedurally, which is a goal of dystopika, but also letting players have a bit of control. So one of the things that made this a little bit difficult was the was just making sure it was re-rolling the billboards the same way every single time. And actually, one second, I'm getting bitrate errors again. That's not cool. Twitch is complaining that it's unstable, and the touchscreen on my laptop doesn't work. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, so oh, and maybe today I'm gonna try and figure out this toolbar thing. Because it's driving me nuts. So, one of the big things I was trying to work out was just when you draw these out, making sure that when you scrub through the different elevations of a tile, that it re-rolls it the same way and also remembers what the user has done, which is also tied to making sure that undo and redo rolls the same billboards every time. And that's actually setting up a good foundation for a lot of other things where tiles just sort of have a local storage of editor changes. So there's a few things I want to do with this today. Just trying to think where to start exactly. So I think just for now, I want to. So there's sort of two things I want to do. First, I want to just maybe get this animating a little bit because I think that's very core to the feel of painting these. We need to add a remove brush as well, just to strip these back when the player doesn't want them anymore. So right now, once you paint them on, there's no way to go back unless you undo. And I want to have it so you can also add things on the ground. So I've got a few different things here, and I think I'm just going to start with the animation because I think that should be a fairly easy thing to do and attach to these billboards. And let's just start doing that. So let's go add. I think this is just like a helper of some kind. Yeah, just like a. Or actually, I'm gonna build it right onto the random add handler, and I'm just gonna add a bit of inspector options here. So private bool dissolve. or dissolve billboard true. I think the time should also be exposed. Private float dissolve time in. Let's just say dissolve time. Let's say this is just 0.25f by default. And what else? What else? What else? What else? And this might change with the fader, but private string dissolve property. So I think that's going to be a part of this. So if dissolve billboard, otherwise just do that. So we'll put a return in here. Probably gonna store this tween. So active dissolve. Doing this with do tween, which actually this might be a good starting point if I add this, and then I'm gonna go and try and figure out why sometimes the do tween pool is just freaking out and crashing at the end of playback and stopping the toolbar from spawning the next time around. So I'm probably gonna look at that. Okay, so dissolve billboard, we're gonna do the same thing down here. Let's just make sure the base is not doing any funkiness. It's not. Okay. So I need to remember how to do the material property thing. No. Unity. Property dissolve with a material property lock. Come on. Okay. Set dissolve property lock value. Actually, this needs to be this should probably be a dissolve, or sorry, a backed field dissolve get return dissolve set will do this. I actually don't know if I should be caching any of this, but do dissolve property, and this is value. We want to just update dissolve with the value. Value. Okay, so if active dissolve does not equal null do tween kill, or sorry, kill active dissolve dot kill. Otherwise, active dissolve equals do tween 2. So actually, this is creating some new shenanigans I need to think about. Bool immediate and bool immediate. So I want to There's going to be scenarios where I want to animate it, like when the player just creates it for the first time, animate it in. When I'm loading a save file, I don't want to reanimate all of the billboards. So yeah, so we're going to need both of those modes. So if actually, I'm going to flip this around. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do hang on, I need to fill these out. Bool immediate, immediate, bool immediate, immediate, and we're gonna do if don't dissolve billboard. Do this and return. That way we could just skip this. This is just a little bit cleaner, in my opinion. Do tween.2. All right, so actually now we need to if immediate, we want to dissolve equals 1f. And actually, let's set up the same thing and hide. Set active false, if immediate 0f. Still not initialized. False. This might. Let's just leave it all false for now. There may be scenarios where I want to animate it, but I think that's something I need to feel out as we go. Okay, so do tween2, I want to okay, so this is dissolve. I want to x dissolve equals x. This is the end value, so this is 1f. And this is the time, so dissolve time. And it's entirely possible I want to make this different. Sorry, different if it's in versus out. And I think that's all I need for now. I don't need to. This is in real time. And let's do the same thing here. Oh yeah, I need to do this. And this is going to be to 0f. Oh, and this needs a return. This also needs a return. Okay. I think this is good. I need to go here and do if show not immediate and world position. Yeah, this might need a rule immediate equals false. I can just see down the road. This is probably where I want to connect these up. So hide immediate and immediate. Yeah, okay. So, sorry, I'm just going to turn off the viewer count here because it's being distracting. Okay, so I think that's everything we need. Now we just need to go and actually hook this up on the ad itself. So let's go to, it's in the resources, it's not open. Cockpits, ads, this should be the random ad handler, dissolve property. So now let's look at the materials. I just need to remove the, yeah, it's just dissolve. So underscore dissolve. And this is actually going to be 3 seconds. So let's see if that works. The worry I have with 3 seconds is that it may not be apparent. Like the user may not get the feedback right away, and oh, that was just a shader compile. Oh, that's not great. Mesh render has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Right. Okay, this might be more complicated than I thought. Yes, like that's all fine. There's a weird frame there. Yeah, it's too slow. It's 1 second. Okay, so the one thing I can fix is active dissolve dot kill. If active dissolve. Okay, so I think that I might be able to solve in the handler. So if it contains the, so I think this is a scenario where it actually wants to be an immediate hide. So the first time it spawns them before there's any sort of local storage around it, it should probably turn them off. See how that, okay, so that, oh no, they're still popping in and out. So this might actually need to be, hang on, virtual initialize. This might need to be a part of this. This might need to be, hide true. If it contains the add ID. Right, okay. Okay, so that's good. We've gotten rid of them popping in. Let's just see if they actually draw now. Yeah, they still draw. So what happens if I... Nice. Oh. That's weird. Why did that work the first time, but not the second time? Come back. Don't come back. Gone. They come back. on. They don't come back. Okay, let me just take that out again. Let me just go back just to wrap my head around this problem again. So I think I'm not approaching this the right way. Okay. Oh, wait, did that? No, there's still a pop in. Maybe that's just when it starts, like when the random ad handler starts, it needs to do a dissolve equals n0f. Or maybe the default state for all of them needs to be actually, hang on. If dissolve billboard. Maybe this is what I need to do. Like these need to be hang on. Yeah, if immediate, turn it off. Actually, no, we can keep both of these. Keep both of these. Like, I think part of the problem here is just like, it's kind of turning it on and off is conceptualized by a dissolve animation, but also the game object being active or not. And I think they're just stepping on each other a little bit. So I just, and then, so if immediate or if not immediate, we're going to on complete active dissolve, or no, game object set active false. Whereas this one, it's going to do this no matter what. And what are these doing? These are just storing it. Okay. Let's see how this operates. Okay, so we no blank, no pop in. That's good. That worked. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I just needed to think through it a little bit. Yeah, I think the timing needs to be separate. So dissolve time out in, and let's go dissolve time in, dissolve time out. And let's play around with these timings a little bit. So this, I think I'm going to increase this a little bit, 1.5, and I'm going to make this something like that, I think. Let's see how that feels. I need to go and fix that billboard, but that's okay. Okay, so paint, undo, redo. Ooh. So I think redo should be faster. So let's go to the light brush command. Add tile lights. Mm. So I'm just going to make it so you can add basically an animation multiplier. So if you want to do a sped up version of this animation, you can. So this would be times animation multiplier times animation multiplier. So let's see. So I think the grid handler also needs a animation multiply, or maybe animation speed is better. Remove tile lights, animation speed. Make these default to 1F. F. So this will pass through animation speed. Ooh. Move light at world position. Oh, hang on. Let's figure out what. It's like I've missed. Yeah, I've missed a section intermediate float animation speed. 1F. 1 float. 1 float. Animation speed. Animation speed. Why is that still? Oh, wait, because it needs false and false. Oh, except the grid also needs to know if I'm going to change this. Change this because I can do animation speed greater than 0 or less than or equal to 0 or equal to 0. So if animation speed is 0, that means the immediate is going to be true. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. So a bit more granularity inside the system, but in terms of like the API for interacting with all this stuff, I think it's okay if it's just an animation speed. Okay, so is finished true. I'm going to remember that. Where am I actually doing this? Player action service. Do player action. Let's use our execute. Right, so it's going to take the automated push update action stack delegates. I actually don't think I'm using is finished, which is cool because hang on, go away. It's cool because I think what I can do is finished. Then animation speed is twice as fast. Otherwise, it's just one app. Or sorry, there we go. And then if it's an undo, it's always going to be sped up. So let's also just just do this. Let's float. Undo, multiplier 2f. Not sure if that's the right name. This. And we'll do this. So I think that should give us just a little bit of a faster animation speed when it is coming through an undo or redo. The first time it should do it normally, but yeah, when you're pressing the undo or redo buttons, that should speed it up. Okay, so that's good. Nice and slow. Oh wait, no, sorry, I did that. This is not 2F. This is not speed, this is duration. So this should be like, I'm gonna make that even faster, 0.3F. And I want to go to these. I want to change this to duration. Flyer. There we go. Mm. Particle systems are popping in and out. Or was that happening before? I just didn't notice. Not so that. Oh, it's only on the second time it pops up. So once there's storage. Okay, so let's look at one of these tiles. And let's look at these. Particle turned on by default. So means key, show it, otherwise hide it. Hmm. I want to do this right now. I'm getting distracted. I would also like to get the elevation thing working so that when you bring the building down to here, these lower ones will disappear. This is the thing I need to figure out. And I think this is like a ground tile handler. Where do I actually do these animations? I don't remember. Where's the tile dynamic ground density? On destroy. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, where am I doing this in? Oh, here it is. If animate. Yeah, so this would be why that's happening is let me just get back to normal mode here. Because I'm calling this on destroy, which makes sense. Which makes sense for a lot of scenarios. Like I will be destroying tiles during gameplay, and it's getting confused. Where hey, if it's destroying the tile during gameplay, like that's fine, do the animation. But if it's doing it during an application quit or stopping playback, then it's getting confused because do tween is like, why are you trying to start animations in the destroy part of the life cycle. So how do I want to do this? So let me go to, actually, hang on. I think this is something I started to solve architecturally when I started creating the tile handler, which is pre-destroy tile and destroy tile. So this would private. I have a pre-destroy and a destroy step here separately, just because I know in the first iteration of the game, like there were scenarios where I wanted like a bunch of functional unsubscriptions, like removing like colliders so you can't interact with it anymore. I wanted to do it in two steps because destroy is normally where the animation is. Um, so let's do some of this. Actually, wait, let me just finish implementing this in the tile container handler. And this is for each of our components in tile components. This is component dot destroy. We destroy tile. Actually, maybe it just needs. Maybe I don't need destroy tile yet. Just to simplify this. Okay, so tile components. We destroy tile. It's gonna be this stuff. This doesn't need to do anything. This doesn't need to do anything. Okay. I think that might solve this problem. I do think with the animation time, I do feel the need for that particle system on the light brush again. Like it would be nice if there's just like a red something. And maybe I should add elevation stuff back in so that these billboards don't get lodged in the ground. I think that's in the tile light handler. No, it's in the tile asset. Okay, so I think what needs to happen is the base light object handler needs to have a initial, hang on, this needs a like protected or public bool um is above elevation requirement, and this can be get, but it needs to be a protected set, I think. Actually, no, it can be set publicly. That's fine. So this needs to be a if is not, or that is a, not above the elevation requirement. This, ooh, where should I handle this? Because it kind of suggests here that this should be happening here. Yeah, the inner workings of these tiles are getting very spaghetti, but kind of just how they have to work, I think. So add I guess this doesn't really matter. I think it's only the show that needs to handle that. So then going back to the tile asset, it just needs to initialize decorations. So each for each and decorative, and then for each add in light or odd light. What are we doing? Physics. If ooh, if object dot transform game object. What? Oh, object dot handler dot transform dot position dot y, which makes me wonder if I should automate getting these elevations, or if it should be tied instead to the what it is. Elevation padding. So instead, this becomes or just elevation padding. uh, initialize decorations on tile elevation chain. This can happen here. Man, Thursday seems like a really, or Friday seems like a really quiet day for streaming. I can kind of see why a lot of people or a lot of other dev streamers don't do Thursdays because obviously, like, it's Friday afternoon for me, but it's Thursday night for them. No, but like also, but Adam was streaming. Hmm. Who knows? Okay, so we're gonna do an elevation update. So I think this should do it. No, it's not because it's it's only gonna do it's not gonna do this dynamically. Or it's not gonna do this every frame. It's only gonna do this once when it like the ad doesn't know the elevation has changed. So this needs to be a virtual. So yeah, hang on. Protected bool is above elevation requirement. So then this needs to return is above elevation requirement, and this needs to it's above that its value. So now I can go to the random ad handler. I can public bool or public override. Do those. Do those. Base dot and base dot equals value, but so now it's got a thing. So the elevation is changed. Should I just no, I don't want to initialize it again. which means I'm probably gonna have to do a lot of the same things on this one. Uh, Once I actually add some animation there, but for now, okay. So this is check if no, wait, this is I'm gonna override here. Override on elevation updated. So, or yeah, let's just keep doing the base one if is above and is activated, then we can do show. Okay, so I think that will do it. Let's see here. So what we want to see is just when a ad is activated and it's pushed close to the ground, it will disappear. So we're not going to get ads like these billboards cutting through the ground. And this is different now. This is padding, elevation padding equals 1F. Which means I actually have to go through and just set these initial paddings on the ground because I think 1.5 should do it. Let's look. This is the tiles. This is just my test tile for elevation 3. Oh god. I regret this. I regret making this test setup too complicated. Okay. 1 point. No, let's leave it at 1 for now. Just we should see very quickly if it's working or not. Okay, so got a tile. Everything there is empty. Let's try to add some. Okay. Let's. No. No. Right. So, yeah, I think the way I implemented that, it's only going one way. It's only doing it when it's being dragged up. So it's only checking when on elevation. So yeah, it's only doing it on the way down. So, uh, hmm. Oh, wait a minute. That makes sense. Oh, no, I need to do, sorry, I was right. I need to do the opposite of this. If it's that, then it needs to hide. Also, sorry, I'm not super talkative today because I've got like a canker sore under my tongue. It kind of hurts to talk. I tried taking some paracetamol to help, but still nagging a little bit. Okay, so let's paint those guys. Let's push this down. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Nice plant. Your voice sounds normal. Don't worry. Thank you. And Felice. Felice? Yeah, welcome to the stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is still not doing what I want because these are still not working as anticipated. So this makes sense. But when I bring them back up, they don't respawn. Something isn't right. Okay, so disappearing is fine, but bringing them back up doesn't. Because when I do a hide, this is probably, yeah, it's already changing. It is activated back to false. So that's not how I want to do that actually. This, I think it's purely just the is above the elevation requirement hide, but I don't want to change it to, I don't want to update the underlying is activated because then that's going to change what's stored. Like that makes sense. The player has to paint it on again. Uh, I just stumbled in here, but the foggy light effects and what I assume is the preview of the game looks really cool. Ah, thank you. Yeah, it's going through some changes right now. I'm implementing a bunch of new tools. So if you go back to, I don't know if you like stopped by the Steam page at all, but this iteration of the game was very tile based. So like it's like snapping Legos on each other, and it looks pretty good, but it started to feel very uniform and samey. And when all the buildings kind of need to be all the same size of a tile. So I did a bunch of playtesting, and I just heard a lot of feedback that doing it without the grid would get rid of some of that. So that's what I've been implementing is this new sort of gridless approach where you can place the tiles wherever you want. And instead of like placing tiles on top of each other to build height, you just sort of grab grab the tile and it sort of grows to whatever height you want, and that lets you, have a lot of granularity in the control. You can sort of move things around and combine them into other buildings. You can rotate them. So it's just opened up a whole bunch of new creative possibilities. And there's also this dynamic sort of density system at the bottom. So as you build tiles and as you make them taller and group them together, it'll do sort of the low-lying buildings for you. And again, this sort of came from the playtesting. Like Cyberpunk cities, people want to build stuff tall and they want a lot of it to sort of create that density. So I've tried to make that a little more organic and easy to do. And you just sort of work on the main buildings, and the sort of low-lying city builds itself for you. Oh, cool. So I'll go back to the Steam page. This approach sounds like a cool way to build a sprawling city. Yeah, like you can like it was very tedious to build sprawling cities before because you have to place like every single building, but now it's doing a lot of the work for you, and it feels more like sculpting and shaping rather than playing with a Lego set. And what I'm working on right now is just adding a light tool. So previously, the billboards just sort of randomly generated, and there was some intelligent things like it would sort of probe to see if there's anything in front of it and things like that to make sure it wasn't blocked. Now I'm just putting it all in this light tool, so you can just sort of go through and paint where you want the billboards on things, and I'm just sort of working through a couple of nitpicky little things that's breaking. The density stuff and the lighting stuff I saw looks really cool. Yeah, thank you. It's been a very like meaningful iteration of the game, which is exciting. The billboard painting is a really interesting concept. Oh yeah, it was. I talked to my community on Discord a bunch, and it no one wanted like full procedural automated, and no one wanted full like have to place every billboard. So I think this is like a nice sort of middle ground where it's still like automating some of it, but you have a lot of control over it now. And these are just my test buildings for this tool, but it'll be a little more integrated once I actually go through all the tiles and add all the billboard materials and hook it up to the new system. So yeah, so I'm excited. Uh, Lots of work to do. I'm trying to get a demo together for Steam Next Fest in February, which means the build has to be done in about a month. But lots of work to do, trying to just polish this up and make it feel good, and hopefully make a good impression on Steam Next Fest before release. So I'm just trying to figure out why. Well, actually, I know why. I know why this is happening. So I paint these on. They go below ground, and they don't come back. And that's because this is doing some stuff. So I think I need to do like a internal show with the same things and an internal hide. It's getting a bit hard to do this with the inheritance going on here. So I think I want to bring this, stick that here. So, and then I want to take this and put that here. So now I want to figure these out. So let's just show that's hide. And then I think this should be internal show and internal hide. Thank you for explaining. This is neat. I'll keep an eye out for a demo. Yeah, no problem. I'm always happy to talk about it. It's if you've ever seen the game Townscaper, it's kind of the same idea, just a very minimal city builder, more of a creative space. It's not a full city management sim or anything like that. It's really just I want to make a fun little creative thing and enjoy some Cyberpunk Blade Runner vibes. And I'm also hoping to include mod support so that players, if they wanted to, they could mod a full city sim in there, or if they just want to bring in their own art or themes or whatever. Yeah, I'm building a lot of it with mod support in mind. So, yeah. Yeah, you saw Townscaper. Yeah, it's done very well. Like overwhelming positive, 18,000 reviews. For every review, there's usually about 30 copies owned. So yeah, it's a simple game. It's made millions of dollars, and I'm just trying to do sort of the cyberpunk version of that. There's also another cool upcoming game called Tiny Glade. That's kind of the same idea, just like a very sort of minimal building space for just sort of creating these little castle dioramas. And I think what's actually happened is I've moved more to how this is working with just like a gridless building system. And it sort of adapts to more of a paintbrush type approach rather than the Lego approach of Townscaper. Just because like I found like Cyberpunk cities kind of have an organic shape to it. So it needs like more of this kind of tooling than the sort of Lego approach. Steam definitely advertised Tiny Glade. Yeah. Yeah, Tiny Glade's it's a really cool little project. I'm actually very jealous of some of the procedural stuff they're doing. But I'm hoping that my approach, at least, it's much easier to do mod support in the way I'm doing it. As much as I would love to do some of this procedural algorithmic fanciness. Like I've seen some talks from this team and like they are very, very smart people, like AAA game veterans. So they're just smarter than me. Cyberpunk style cities are a sprawling mess in a good way, more so than densely gridded, at least overall. Yeah, like I'm keeping the grid. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was checking this. Let me hopefully this still compiles. There is still a grid there. Like you can turn the grid on, and I don't like the implementation of it completely yet. I need to fix some bugs here, but you can, yeah, you can sort of place them in, or did I break it entirely? I've broken the grid system entirely. Sweet. But there is like some snapping for things, like if you really want things to line up. Anyways, I can see the thing that I just implemented is not working. That's cool. Yeah, this is not working at all. Huh, that's interesting. Hmm, interesting. helps for visualizing the space. Yeah, like I don't know if you want to lay things out, and it'd be cool to. I'm trying to figure out how to get roads or something in the game, but yeah, if you want to grid things out, so at least you leave like one space open for road stuff. I guess that makes sense, but I need to figure out some bug things on the snapping. I may cut snapping for the demo just because it's presenting a lot of weird edge case problems. Okay, so I think this is just the tile asset on elevation updated on has minimum elevation. Oh, else object dot handler is above elevation requirements equals true. Yeah, I think that's just what was going on. It didn't have it didn't account for if it's not. No, but wait, these are all using that. So why is that still happening? Hmm, curious. The freeform building ability with a grid to fall back on is good. Reminds me of building systems in Planet Zoo. Actually, I need to check out Planet Zoo. I played I played a lot of it was a Jurassic Park Evolution or Jurassic World Evolution, which I think is the same team, but I would need to take a look. The next thing I need to fire up is City Skylines 2, just to see how they're doing some of this stuff. Yeah, those are popping back in. Oh, it's like if they're below. Yeah. I guess it's just when I initialize. No, it's above elevation requirement. So maybe this is here that I need to. If it's above elevation requirement, if it's not above the elevation requirement, hide. I think I've got so many like different booleans stepping all over each other here. If it's above the elevation requirement and it's activated, internal show. That makes sense. If it's not above the elevation requirement, internal hide. That makes sense. Or should I just do like that? Yeah, same team. Yeah, I should check it out. I think Planet Zoo's on Game Pass, or it might be. It might be. A lot more building freedom in Planet Zoo versus Jurassic World game. Less dinosaurs. Yeah, I really got into Jurassic World. I only played like a little bit of the new one, but or Jurassic World Evolution or whatever it is. But a couple years ago, I got into the first one for like a good week. Let's see what this does. I don't think this is gonna fix it. Yeah. These should not be turning on it at all. Yeah, these should not be turning on at all. If not, it'll go on steep sale for base game on Planet Zoo. Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for it. I'm actually like I've been trying to take like a bit of a break from playing other city builders because I'm very wary of just like ooh new shiny object and I want to change everything in the game. It's always a trap because I'm really in just sort of wrap up what I have now mode and try not to get distracted by shiny new features too much. That's fair. Yeah, it's always a danger for me. Like even this I feel like the iteration I'm doing in the game now is because I started looking closely at Tiny Glade and like, oh, actually that would be kind of cool. But in the end, because of that, I probably threw out like 80% of what I had done with basically what's on the Steam page now for me, like for all this stuff. Base on elevation updated. That's not doing anything. I feel like this is something very, very obvious. This makes sense. This thing I just added. Is elevation object handler transform.y is greater than on elevation updated is above elevation requirement and activate. Basically, this should never trigger until I've drawn until I've drawn something. What is activated doing? Yeah, it's only coming from these. Yeah, I'm just I have too many booleans and rules stepping on each other. Okay, so it's not coming from the internal show method. So it's not this. So it just must be when it's slight. I guess I could just drop in no, but it is turning on the game object. So well, let's just drop this in here. Then I can at least do a bit of a stack trace. Thanks for chatting. Good luck tracking down that bug that's messing with the screens. Bedtime for myself. Yep, for sure, man. Have a good night. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I'm glad the project is, I don't know, tickling your fancy. And yeah, should be a demo at Next Fest in February. I'll probably be, if you're really interested, I probably will doing a bit of internal playtesting. If you're into that, I'll probably do that over in the Discord. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, and hope you have a nice sleep. I guess you're back in North America time zones. I always appreciate people late night dropping by. What the hell? So wait, show isn't even being called? That makes no sense. Show isn't even being called. I'm not doing initialize on those. This is very curious. This is very curious. Yeah, like I would expect to be seeing something trigger it. Otherwise, something must just be turning on the game object on its own. Yeah, like those should not be turning on. What is doing that? This is going to be something very obvious, isn't it? Yeah, and like I tested, it's nothing doing the internal show, right? I haven't. You didn't see that. No one saw that. No one saw that. Okay. Uh, Now they don't draw. That's all right. I just got a little distracted talking. That's fine. I'm gifted in other ways. Okay, I think this should do it now. Okay, none of those are showing. Let's paint a wall here. And it's still not working. Okay. Hmm. Probably because these game objects aren't turned on. If I turn that on, paint. Actually, hang on. What if I pull this down and pull it back up? Hmm. Okay. Now they're not painting. Oh, it's because I've internal show. Changed the wrong one. True. Hide. I was copying and pasting the wrong one. Okay. I think this should do it. Okay, that still looks good. Oh, okay, the animation's busted. Which makes sense. If I copied the wrong... Hang on. I copied the wrong one. This is probably doing something I don't want it to do, which is this should be happening here, and this doesn't need to happen anymore. It should be turning it on before it animates. That's so weird. I don't know how. Part of the problem is my cut and paste has been, not my cut and paste, my control key's been finicky lately. I think my keyboard might be needing a bit of maintenance. Okay. There we go. So we put this down, those will disappear. Just for the sake of getting rid of that awkward middle state for now, I'm just going to change this. I'm just going to take this out. There's like a middle state there that I'm not testing any art on at the moment. I just want to see the full spectrum of this. Okay, so paint this on. Uh, okay, so I would want to see that animating. If it's not above the internal hide, immediate mission multiplier. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, sorry. This is another. If not immediate, we're just going to do active dissolve dot on complete game object dot set active false. I really like this mix. It's very ethereal and lots of good ambient pads. Okay, so that. Let's paint on some billboards and push it down. There we go. Bring it back up. There we go. Some nice transitions. And let's just make sure this is still handling all the undo stuff appropriately. So bring that up, bring that up, bring that up a little bit. Rotate, rotate, paint on some dudes. Okay, so let's elevate down. Let's elevate to about here. Elevate to about here. Elevate to about here. Oh, I should have taken a picture, but okay. Oh, that was. Oh no, that made sense. That was painting. Okay. I think that's all working properly. I'm just wondering if a slight delay might be better. Yeah. I mean, that sort of makes it nice and immediate. I was also debating if I should be putting the these antenna in the same category. Ooh. Hmm. I've broken something. Is that just delete entirely? It's weird. Shouldn't it's file instance data? Okay, well, I guess we need to look at the delete tile state. I think there's something I haven't accommodated for here. Delete tile command. Okay, so where grid create tile, grid remove tile, it's going to be the tile data. So tile instance data. So I guess I need to go, yeah, I need to go to delete tile state. If, yeah, where's it actually? Delete factory create tile dot data. Action. So getting the right, hmm. Where is it initializing? It's, hmm. It's properly initializing things. So why is this hash table getting lost? Hmm. So like this suggests that it's not even finding local storage at add handler. Hide. Yeah, do these ones still work properly? Yeah, it's still working. Square. Okay, so what's going on here? If I do that and I delete this tile, go to play it back. So let's do breakpoint here so I can actually look at what this data contains. Or is it just confused because is it confused because it isn't a problem with deleting the tile? The data's there. It's just the initial elevation state isn't being used appropriately. Because like you never create the full tile. Like you always get to that state where the billboards are through elevating. So I think this is more of a problem of not instantiating the ads correctly rather than a problem with deleting tiles. So let's just check the data though. So this tile data, local storage is there. Yeah, that's all there. It's remembering the materials. Huh. But elevation should be set. Okay, so let's hang on, maybe just to simplify the testing here. Let's go to elevation 0. Let's bring in one of the ads. Should probably be nice to see anyway. This guy can even be scaled down a bit. Let's hook them up. Right objects, no minimum elevation padding. Yeah, I think this is just a gap in the show hide system. Yeah, it's not instantiating that first one correctly. Like, I think if I do this and go back down. Oh, where did it go? Oh, right, I need to paint it. Yeah. Actually, that's pretty fun. So if I go and bring this back up, and if I place a bunch of tiles around here, I need to, yeah, it's just the initial state's not working properly, and that makes sense. Why I wouldn't have caught that. Okay, these are all facing away. Let's go, just because we're here, let's go just add this to here. If I place that, oh no, interesting. Okay. Why is that one popping in? Why do some of these pop in and out? Huh. Wait, is it just because I didn't hook it up? I didn't hook it up. This is quite a fun series of events. Yeah, it's not initializing properly because like the things aren't showing either. Okay. Let's see what this feels like. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so what do I need to do here? I need to, I think this might be simple. I think I just need to look at Spacelight Object Handler and on initialize. Let's just call an on elevation updated. Maybe that's what's going on. Nope. Mm. This is just incredibly annoying. As for these guys, this gets deleted and brought back. Yeah. So does that also apply to just the simple little tiles? So that delete you, bring it back, doesn't, but also it doesn't have a spawning particles and stuff. Particles are in the wrong positions too. But if I do this and delete it, no, that's so weird. Okay. Tile is null. So whatever is calling this, it doesn't have a tile yet. Okay, that makes more sense. So delete tile command. It's doing create tile. Reinitialize tile. Initialize tile. Actually, yeah, what's calling this? Handler. Reinitialize tile. on. This doesn't make sense. Child data is null. Time for some breakpoints. So I'm just trying to fix this first bug, which is why is it not hiding these ads on initialize? And maybe that's just because I no longer have like initialized light objects. Maybe I just need to do the same thing here for each object in light objects. If object is null, don't bother. We're not going to do any of this rolling nonsense. Object dot handler dot it's just going to do this. That's going to do an on elevation update. Initialize light objects. Wait, how are these? It's trying to do show hide before it's initialized. Is that all that's going on here? Is these need to be initialized as hide, like an immediate hide. Actually, let's keep this. But let's comment it for now. I think there might be just an initialization order thing going on. Okay. Okay, so that's at least one thing. Okay, so on asset changed, where was that? Asset change. Well, I mean, if this is loading up for the first time, does dynamic asset provide me access to the asset? Let me just see. On asset changed. Current asset. Ah, man. So I think I know what's going on. Reinitialize. Okay, so this is kind of annoying but kind of useful. It's just a fundamental like order of operations thing, and uh I'd started to do some stuff here. So on initial pre-initialize tile. So the tiles were designed to have initialize and re-initialize, just so they could sort of have their own like awake and start. I don't think I need to do anything there. And now it's just, yeah, I didn't finish implementing it, so now it's causing a problem. So pre-initialize tile, that's all good. I'm just going to have to go through. Actually, I don't think I need the ad service anymore. There's nothing referencing it. It's just causing noise. Dynamic asset. Implement missing. Okay, so update dynamic asset. Elevation change. Update dynamic asset. I think container on elevation change. This one might be okay. Well, actually, before I forget, let's just do pre-initialize. Let's do another and do initialize tile. And that should be called just from grid, create tile. Okay. This is where it gets interesting, the dynamic stuff. Implement missing members, pre-initialize, initialize, that's cool. Dynamic ground density. This one's fine. Okay, elevator. Initialize, set elevation. Yeah, it's almost like this maybe is where this should happen. No, not that. Tile mover. Doesn't need to do anything. Tile rotator. Doesn't need to do anything. Okay, so tile dynamic asset. Update dynamic asset. On elevation container dot on elevation changed. Hmm. Let's try that. And on tile light handler. Reinitialize, subscribe, on asset changed. So check dynamic asset. Okay, so I think that might do it. Or everything is about to blow up in my face. Oh, let's fix that first. It's just the add service script that I just removed. This one. Okay, so it created the tile, okay, and the ads didn't spawn broken. If I do that now, okay, those have both spawned. But drag this up, bring it down. Okay, now they're broken. Broken just on that one. Is this one still working? It's that one still work, but that one doesn't. Okay, well, let's come back to that. At least we know it's initializing properly now. Oh, it's so bizarre. They don't have a minimum elevation, do they? No, they don't. Hmm. That's interesting. It works on one, but not the other. Must be missing a some sort of initialization there. It's like I should still be able to do it on this one, right? Yeah, that still works. Okay, well, let's go back to the original problem we were tackling. There, delete you, restore you. Okay, so that's not throwing an error anymore. So let's paint some of that on, delete you, restore you. Ooh. It's restoring it, but not with the right rotation. Hang on. Let's check that. So that's facing us entirely. Delete, roll back, and the rotation is reset. So I've got a lurking quaternion identity in here somewhere. Delete tile state or tile. Let's go back. Or wait, create tile. Data dot, no, it should be doing data dot rotation. What does the tile rotator look like? Initialize, pre-initialize, rotate. Start wire rotations dot. If container. I want to just stop here. I just want to see what data is coming through when I do a restore of the tile. So that care about. Continue, please. Drag it up. Delete. Restore. Data. rotation minus 90. Wait, I forgot to, hang on, forgot to rotate something. Okay. So what do we got? We got a rotation of 54 dot something. Delete U. Restore U. So, let's see, tile. Oh, that tile. Sorry. Data dot rotation is correct. And if I play that through, it's now gone to 90. Come on. Stop debugging. 7. Delete. Undo. 0. Hang on. 0. Minus 70. Delete. Okay, so it's using the, okay. Data dot rotation. This makes sense. It's just, it's applying a random rotation every time, so I don't want to do that. Okay, so maybe just the easy way to do this. To do the child data was rotated. Yeah, because this doesn't know. Okay, I think the best way to do it is just tile instance data. This is going to be public bool was manually rotated. That'll default to false. So then over here I can do if container.data was manually rotated. If it wasn't rotated, do this. Hey, apply a manual rotation or a random rotation. So then tile rotator. Actually, yeah, we can just do this. Container.data was manually rotated equals true. Okay, so delete, undo. There we go. Okay, so that's fixed. I'm gonna get a quick drink. So this is all working good now. Cool. Okay, so what was I trying to fix before I took that break? There's probably something to do with the ads. So yeah, that level 1 building, they get painted on. I raise up here. Let me just paint some on here as well. Wait, why did that one spawn? Let me go back. Oh no, wait a minute. Paint those. Go up. How is this one later? Hmm. Mm. Okay. Okay. Um, this is because I was being sloppy with IDs. Because I think if I go to base light object handler, yeah, it's because I'm using the ID of the data. Hmm. Get sibling in. Hang on. So maybe I should do it this way. Maybe it should be game object dot get hash or dot name dot get hash code. Maybe I should just do it this way. I think this might. And yeah, I really think this needs to be a normal based thing. So that when you paint one side, you can't get the other. Like it has to be a certain in front or behind. Okay. That fixed that. And if I paint this on, go back down to here. So those don't load up. This one does. Why? Is that just because I'm not doing a minimum elevation check? Yeah, on top is it's that. So is that maybe a problem with the base light effect? Doesn't do anything on elevation updated. It's not paying attention to any of that here. So does the random add camera do that? What is that? On elevation updated. If is above elevation requirement and activate. That should debug log is activated. Is activated. Is above elevation requirement. We will start there and see what happens. Okay, so that on, bring you up. It's activated false. So is it just not saving? Hmm. Actually, I'm gonna need to. I might need to add a normal to this, which means it's not just a list of positions anymore. It's a list of positions and normals, so it becomes a lot easier to play that back. Okay, well, I was gonna do that just as a small task, just to take a break from this bug, but that actually looks like a slightly bigger task. Fun. Okay, so let's see here. Actually, I just wanted to look at the light tool for a second. When it gets in here, what does it do? Mhm. Okay, so Why is it not reinstantiating those here? Like they're there. They're there. But for some reason they're not being activated. Yeah, like this becomes a well, I mean, I guess I could do this as a two-dimensional array of some kind. Like instead, this is a vector 3. Okay, I'm getting distracted. So just trying to think how I can potentially look at this, how I can debug this. So let's talk out loud here. So what's going on is when I paint those guys on, and I go to increase the size of this, and I'll paint some things on here too. When I pull this back down, it loses the data. So it's not retaining the local storage. It's only doing it for one asset type, which if I do this, paint stuff on here, it's remembering it for that one, but not this one. If I paint this back on, yeah, those are still there. So, hang on, where am I? Add ID. ID. What is the ID? Is this possibly just a collision of a bunch of things? Because I think, hang on, let's go back to the tile light handler. Okay, so it's built. Yeah, it should be. Okay, so let's just do a bug log on asset changed. But hang on. Data. I want to go to tile instance. What did I call tile data? Instance data. Storage equals new hash table. So where are the references of this? Find usages, decorations, base light handler. Never changing that. So base light handler. Base light object handler. data.id get hash code, game object name hash code, get sibling hash code. So this should be unique. This should be unique. Okay, let's just see when that on asset changed is being fired. That's being fired in the right spot. Okay, so paint you, on asset changed, on asset changed. So that's getting called. So let's on asset changed. Where did I just put that? Let's throw a debug breakpoint on that. And I'm going to just, okay, don't care about that one. Skip that. Pull you up. Skip that. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back. Let's do this again. I needed to do a couple other steps in here. Okay, I want to skip that. I want to do a bit of this. Pull you up. Skip this. And then bring you back down. This is what I want to look at. So, light handler, this file, data, local storage. So there is some storage here. Okay. So there is storage there. So the storage is not being overwritten, which is good. So light handler tile, if local storage contains key, which it does. Data.id, game object.name, get hash code, show. Actually, that's an interesting thing to test. 1 second. If place that, I pull you up, whoops, pull you up, pull you back down, pull you up, pull you down. Okay, so it works. Pull you up, pull you down, up, pull you down. Actually, one more thing to check is if it is it only if I do a change? Yeah, so if it's an elevation in progress. Sorry, this is like mumble programming. Just trying to figure this out. Visible. Let's do debug log visibility. Visible. Oh, maybe I should just add the normal to do the thing. Visibility true, visibility true. So what is this? Visibility true. Okay, so show, yeah, visibility true. Is above elevation requirement. Let's run this at the very end. Visible, oops. I mean, that makes sense. It's gonna all run in here anyway. Is above elevation requirement. Elev requirement is activated. Let's try that. Elevation requirement false. Okay, so let's make sure that works for everything. Oh, that's another bug. Okay, so that's fixed. That seems to be fixed. Let's maybe just do one more test here. Pull this up. Delete. Undo. Undo. Okay. Okay, so this was interesting. This was, if I do this and I paint, so I've painted 3, and if I drag this up now, the third one activates. So I need to add another check for the light handler. And this might actually be a nice dovetail into adding the normal is if it is activated, or wait a minute. If it is activated or light, oh, and light is above the elevation requirement. Or wait, sorry, if light activated or light is not above the requirement, if, or I think this is the same one, or light is below the elevation requirement. I think. Okay, so there. I mean, hang on. That still works. Just still testing to make sure things are working as anticipated. So this, if I put it here, what I want to happen is if I paint this, I've probably drawn enough for 3. And if I pull this up, okay, so now it doesn't draw it. And if I paint that, then it's there. And if I put this back down and I drag this up, whoa. Why did one of these disappear? Hmm. Why is that disappearing? It's so strange. Okay, they're both there. Now they're all there. Hmm. Let's try to run through that again. Okay, so I painted on 2 billboards. Pull this up. Let go. Pull it down. Both of those billboards spawn back in just fine. So let's pull this up again. Let's paint one side. They still fade as you put them into the close to the ground. Both those billboards came back. If I pull this back up now, all 3 of them are there. So what did I do to make that happen before? I think maybe it was okay, so make a little bit of a tower there. Draw on 2, but I've been drawing where the third one would be. And I drag this out of the ground now. It doesn't draw, which makes sense. Go back down here, go back up, and it's missing one. But I can draw it back on. And it's missing one again. What is happening? Why does that middle one keep disappearing? Huh. I'm not even sure about like the reproduction steps right now. Huh. Okay, well, let's just paint on everything. Pull you up one, paint you on. Two, paint you guys on. Three, paint you on. Hmm. I'm not sure what the reproduction steps are for that. And why it's always the middle one. Hmm. I mean, I guess it's minor, but is there a data structure that just lets me store two vector threes, like a position and a normal? Yeah. Hmm. How did you die? Maybe it should have been a full. Maybe I should have set up a whole structure just for like the brush data type. Then I could also have the radius as well. I don't know. Yeah, it's just brush position, dark position. Then we can go back to that to uh, make that work. Let's vector 3. What's going on here? Complete action positions. Dictionary. Let's not like here. Vector 3 pair. What does it not like here? New list vector 3 pair. Oh, right. This hang on. This is this. This needs to be vector 3 pair. Yeah. Add light at world position. Okay, so this should all work the same as before. I'm not going to do anything with the normal just yet. So let's paint this. Paint. Okay. Paint. This is kind of overkill. So if the vector 3 dot distance, the brush position, so if it's within that realm, and if um, just sorry, I'm just doing a quick search for some code here. Okay. I think this is what I want. If is facing brush direction. Ooh, why does that one not work? let's just make sure that was still working. Yeah, just yeah, that works. Okay, so let's put that back in. And let's just do debug log on the dot here. I'm not sure what I should set the threshold at, so I'm just gonna see what values it spits out and set it accordingly. So make that, oh, it's behind. Okay, so then if I pull this up, what sense? Okay, well, I think I'm just gonna leave it in for now because I feel like I'm missing something here. Let's just leave that for now. That might be a future thing to add. I can feel my brain starting to shut down a little bit. At least the normal is being passed along. Like actually maybe it shouldn't be like a position normal because I guess that depends if the hollow board is in front of or behind. Maybe it should be a rotation that also is oh no, did I break this? I think I broke this. One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three. Three. Undo. 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 Do. Redo. 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 I don't know. Undo. Was that working before? Redo. Okay, something. Let's eliminate some stuff here. Let's go back to where it was. I'm going to delete this vector3 pair because I think it's just going to be brush data, and I want to delete that, and I want to revert everything back to what it was because something is seriously wrong with the billboards. Kill you. 3, 3, brush position, position. Okay, go back over here. It's going to be vector3 positions, vector3 positions, brush commands. It's going to be this and this and this. That's fixed now. This is going to just be plain vector3, vector3. This is like such a minor feature. I think I'm going to come back to it later. Okay, so this is actually no longer needed. This is just this and this. Oh, what happened here? I fucked something up. Vector3. Okay, wait, something's still busted here. Okay. Okay, let's just make sure that's all back to normal. I think that's back to normal. So now, what was I testing before? So, undo, redo. Okay, so then it works. Undo. I don't even remember what I was trying to debug here. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, undo, undo, redo, redo. Okay, so was this just, I was doing this and dragging up, undo. Okay. One side, undo. Yeah, why is that not going in as... Why is that not going in as a command? Let's go back. Undo. Or wait a minute, is it because I'm mousing over the grid? Pull you up. Maybe that's what's going on. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Mouse over the grid. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. That one. So is it brush state? If the foreground target, oh, if it's the grid. I mean, that should still work. Oh, but if I let go of the mouse. Brush factory. This does not need this. That doesn't need that. Okay. 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 I think I understand what's happening here. Yeah, so this doesn't need to be here anymore. And this doesn't need to reference the current tile in any way. So that can happen regardless of if it's on the tile or the grid. And I think this explains what was happening. At least one of the things that was happening. Okay. Tile. Drag it up. Brush. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let go over here. Undo. No, it's still grouping that together. It's still not adding the command. What am I missing here? Oh, because I'm returning out. Hang on. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Let go on the grid. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Still trying to figure out why some of these are disappearing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's so weird. It just you can draw them back on. I don't know why those are disappearing. Very strange. Okay, so that's completely filled. Filled again. Let me just take a look under tile here. Yeah. Well, that'll remain a mystery for now. But at least this undo is working properly again. It feels like every day I get sidetracked by some sort of undo bug. Okay, so let's see. Okay, paint, 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 paint. Mouse over the grid. Let go. Cool. So now it's actually logging that brush command properly. It was just, if you moved onto the grid, it was not completing the command into the undo stack. So that's cool. I would like to, what would I like to do? I'd like to just look at this elevation change bug one more time. So let's just start fresh here. Let's add a tile. Let's paint some billboards on. Maybe what I'll do just to wrap up the day is I'll just make materials. Like I've got a bunch of other billboards that I can probably put back in now. Okay, so bring that up a little bit. Let's paint the first level of tiles on. So just at the top, I've tried to paint at the bottom a little bit. So that shouldn't, so what I would expect to see here is when I go down here, I see both billboards still. Bring up to level 1. They're all still there. Bring up to level 2. Nothing fades in. Bring up to level 3. Nothing fades in. Undo, undo. Okay. So let's go back to here. Let's paint in level 2. Okay. So what I expect to see here is down, bring it back up, level 2. Okay, let's try level 3. Okay. Let's bring it down. Back up. Back to level 1. Back to level 2. Back to level 3. Undo, undo, undo. Wait, was that my brush? Yeah, okay, so that was brushing. So redo, redo. Okay, so I think that's everything working as anticipated as far as I can tell. Okay, I think that is working, but I would like to potentially set up a second level, like a second building in here, just to make sure the entire like spectrum is working as anticipated. Hmm. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to add a few materials just to wrap up the work week. I'm going to just make a few more of these materials. I'm actually going to, let's see, what should I do here? I think all the materials are here. Yeah, can I open this in okay, actually, let's make a, what am I trying to do here? I want to have another project window somewhere. Maybe just here. Okay. So I want to Actually, maybe just while I'm doing this, just so there's something to look at, maybe I'm just gonna make a little bit of a city here. With all my placeholder buildings because I've been doing troubleshooting today. Let's paint on some billboards. Let's switch into photo mode. Let's do some camera shenanigans. What's that one? Titan. Okay, so just while I'm doing a bit of tedious material shuffling, we got that going on in the background. Okay, so resources, default theme new. This is the cockpit, add materials. Textures, no, stay here. Stay here, block. Okay, so what do we got? Fashion 8. Fashion 8. Okay. Fashion 7. Actually, yeah, let's get fashion 7 in here too. Okay. Fashion 1. Oh, I like fashion 1 too. Fashion 1. Fashion 2. Ooh, this is actually another good one too. Fashion 2. 3, 4, 5, 6 is not in here. Wait, 6 is in here. So I'm missing 5. Oh, 5 is in here too. These are just misnamed. So 4. Oh yeah, 4 I don't really like. So I'm gonna keep that one out. Politician one is good. ER. Try that one. Statue. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do some more of these. Drink 1. Guy. I knew one was missing. I don't know if I like the New Year one. It felt out of place. Guy. Okay, so now I can go back to this thing. And oof, this will be a bit tedious. Hang on, fashion 3, 5, 6. AI. Maybe I should just one by one. Cyber 2. Drink 2 is already here, so drink 1. Fashion 1. Fashion 2. Fashion 3. No, fashion 3 is already there. Hair's already there. Politician. Guy. Did I already do statue? No. Statue. And VR. Okay. Let's see how that holds up. Okay, let's look at some of these. So I think this one of these fashion ones is a bit bright. I think this is fashion. This one. Let's maybe just bring it down. No. Maybe about here. Weird that the dotting pattern is suddenly coming back. Density. Okay, let's maybe zoom into one of these. And yeah, that feels better. Okay. What else do I see? The cyber one. I think it's this one. Needs some work. Bring it down here. Maybe just in there. Let's see, that's like. I guess that makes sense. I think the ones that don't work terribly well are the ones that just like white backgrounds. Like, what is that one? That's the AI or VR. VR. Like, pull this one back like a little bit. Also, I'm wondering if they need to be a bit monotone in their color to look their best. Like, I'm wondering if things that are like a lot of different colors are not are like are a little distracting. Okay. I think that one's fine. It's fine. AI or no? Which one is that? Cyber 2. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. But like maybe it needs a bit more of a background color to it because black is just getting completely lost. Statue. Take drink. down a notch too. Like I think it's okay if they're sort of varied in brightness a bit. Like if they're all kind of uniformly like the same brightness, it's like they're not all the same LCD technology. Like some should be brighter, some should be darker. And while I'm at it, I want to just try bringing in a couple of these guys. The vertical set. And let's split them up a little bit. Oh, whoops, I've done it. So I think these guys might get bigger now. What material am I using on these? Okay, they're also from this set. So hollow pyramid. Right, it's using just one of my tech. One. Okay. Additive is that makes sense. That makes sense. Question is how, oh, but it's not using this one. Hang on. So base map doesn't really affect it much, which makes sense. It's all emission. Whoa, that's weird. Just want to try out a little bit of this with photo mode, see how they look. Nice. Yeah, like this one still doesn't, no, not that one. Fashion one. This one still feels a little off. I can't quite put my finger on it. Hmm. This AI one is way too bright. And let's bring the pyramid up a little bit. Yeah, so I think next I want to start. So right now this like holographic pyramid is something I put in manually, but I think like if you are like if this brush is active and you're painting one of these tiles, these placeholder buildings, that's all working great. But I think now like if you're brushing along the ground, it should also create like vertical light objects. And I might even use it to like turn on some of these particle systems that's making this like fake volumetric light along the ground. That'd be cool. Want to add a Buddha light. because I also am looking forward to getting these like random lights back in and doing stuff to create sort of a bit of liveliness throughout the city as it builds up. Let's see what that looks like in photo mode. Oh yeah, I just saw the politician one for the first time. Maybe this needs a little bit of a boost. Yeah. Let's turn that down. Oh wait, what is doing that? Just doing my end of day photo mode, messing around. Also about time I start adding more filters to this thing. to look at why those aren't working. Fog intensity is working. Hmm. Just want to see how these are coming out in terms of quality and those things. Because I think I might want to, like, there is a bit of grain showing up, and I think maybe when it's taking a photo, I should increase the number of increase the quality of the ray simulation of the fog. Because I mean, these look good. Yeah, so like bit of this bit of graininess, which probably can't be seen on the stream. Yeah, that goes up if I increase the fog sample count. So maybe that's something I should do. Anyways, I'm gonna wrap up the stream. It's been a very productive week. Today, not so much. It's been just hammering out a couple bugs with all the new tools, getting them all hooked up to the undo tooling and everything. But yeah, that was sort of the big thing this week is there's now a sort of a light brush for creating billboards. And it's going to be much more intuitive than placing them all manually. And I'm excited. I'm really excited, and it worked out better than I thought. So with that, I'm going to wrap up the stream. It's been nice hanging out with you all this week. I may do a stream tomorrow, depending on what's going on here in Bali. But I've been working on Dystopika, which is a cyberpunk city builder toy thing. And we're just working on a demo coming up in a few weeks for Steam Next Fest. So just trying to polish up a bunch of the new systems and the new tools and start plugging all the art back in and getting things ready to go. So if you want, you can wishlist it on Steam so you know when the demo goes live, and follow the channel because I'm doing a lot of live development lately. You can see me bang my head against all the stupid bugs, and what fun is that? But until then, I'll see you next time.